So my goal for this stream is to add Virtual Boy controller support to some emulators. Because there are now 2 NES homebrew games that have Virtual Boy controller support for... I don't know what reason. I don't have a Virtual Boy controller. But I want to play these games the way they're meant to be played. So I want to simulate a Virtual Boy controller with an emulator to have a better controller experience. So, to that end, I'm going to try and add it to FCEUX and maybe Mason at the same time. It seems like a relatively small task, but we'll see. That's what I'm doing now. So, first step, I have an old project of mine, so I'm just copying an NES or a 6502 compiler toolchain called CC65. It's a compiler and an assembler, and then this project MSET is an old mouse test project that I have. Hang on a second. Do I have... Oh, never mind. I'm not going to build the runtime. But this should work. Build successful. Okay. So this is my old mouse test, which I'll open in Mason, I guess. It's weird it showed Legacy of the Wizard for a moment. But I don't need to... This was a test for the mouse peripherals, so if I went to the input options here, change this to a mouse, and reset, you can see it's now kind of displaying what you get from the mouse. You can click buttons, all that. So yeah, that's my old test, but I'm going to convert this old test to be something for generic controllers. So it'll just dump reads constantly. And so I'm just starting with that as like a boilerplate to continue from. So here, let's put my text editor here. And I want to open up... Don't need that anymore. Let's see... You know, maybe it would have been better if I put myself on the right side. I'm gonna do that. Let's just move me over here. And flip that. And then this one needs to be flipped as well. This is my privacy shade when I don't want you to see my desktop. Important sometimes. I'm not entirely comfortable with everybody seeing everything I've got at my computer. And I'm sure the first question you'll ask is like, what are you hiding? You don't have anything to hide. What's the problem? And that's the privacy argument. And I don't want to get into that philosophically, but starting here. So I'm not going to call it MSET. So we change the name of everything from MSET to VB, or no, Well, this is just control test, I think. I think that's all I want to call it. So this is just a batch file that builds it. And now that everything's renamed, this needs to be called control test. I don't need that. I don't think I really need that, but... so that builds now. Is that going to pop up there every time? It's alright, it's not going to be on the screen. But, let's see what it builds here. Oh, it didn't build. Oh, I deleted my... hang on. I deleted the C runtime library, which I had built previously. So... there. Shouldn't have deleted that. But now it'll build. And here's my file. Why is that showing... Don't want to do that. Pause when in menu. I don't know, there's probably some... I forget how I usually have it set up, but I guess I've missed some stuff. Okay, so... I want standard controller for now. But I also want... I want to make sure it's not automatically selecting controllers for me. Might be in the input options advanced. Emulation? No, I don't think I need any of those. I thought there was an option for automatically selecting the input for a game, but maybe not. That's fine, I don't want that. So here we have the standard controller. I forget the order of the buttons. Okay, so right, left, up, down, and then you have start, select, B, A. Guess that's the order of the buttons. A is probably the first button. So how much room do I have on the screen here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why am I showing 5 bytes? Is the mouse 4 bytes? Just want to see this for a moment. It's got 4 bytes of input, and then there's an extra byte. Okay, so I don't think I'll do that for this test that I'm making, but so we have an assembly file and a C file. So all right. So I've got a bunch of stuff going on there. I'll just skip down here. So looks like I just wiped the screen. Looks like I'm using RAM for my tiles, which is interesting. Oops. I should really have there. Still figuring out where my windows are here. So here in its PPU viewer, we can see, oh, this is what I've got to work with, just some numbers. And these I don't really need. Doesn't matter. So what I want to do is, so we enter our main loop. We don't need anything to do with the mouse anymore. And then we enter our test function. So yeah, so we clear the screen. That's our mouse reset. I don't need to do any of that. Palette, I do want to set up. I don't think I'm going to do any sprites, so forget about that. Okay, so that's a sprite that indicates what line we're on. So I think we want to put it there. And that's going to be backwards, but wait, add sprite? Oh. Okay, so I fixed the attributes to nothing. I forgot this was a C thing. So I don't need that. That's all fine. I actually don't need any of this. That's all my library stuff. So I don't need that. I need input poll. Ah, 20 bytes of input. So what do I need? I need... What's reasonable to put on the screen? So we could have 4 bytes. Takes up 8 characters, so 8, 16, How many data lines does the NES controller port have? So, here, let's just bring this over here. So the NES controller port has 3 lines, D0, D3, D4. So I could read 4 bytes from 3 things, that's 12. That would take up 24 characters on the line. That's like the whole line. Should I just respond to the first port? I guess that's fine. I could make 2 versions. I'll make it build 2 versions. Okay, so from here we want controller reading. So, wait, there's 5 lines, but there's only 3 lines on the port. It's kind of iffy what I should do, but let's leave it at that. So, 4 bytes times 3 data lines. Right, we'll not look at everything. Only so much you can fit on a line. Though I could just read... Well, I could read 3 bytes. Let me think about this. 2 bytes times 5, 10 bytes. Take up 20. And that'll cover all the controllers we're looking at today. But not mouse. But mouse is an outlier. Might as well do that. So, what are we doing here? Sprite? Okay. So there's 10 bytes of input. Not sure if I'll need hex sprite, but I'm not sure if I'll need any of this. Don't need mouse last. Don't need this. That's not important here. Okay. So, every time we input pull. Okay. We're going to send 20 bytes. And we're going to flip this horizontally. I think that's the one. It might have been 40. Actually, look it up. Attributes. Vertical. Okay, so it would have been 40. So we're going to send 20 bytes, and its input let's define Uh, let's see. So it's PPU send. Equals input I and just make 10 of these. Seems a quick way. I could make a for loop, but for loops tend to be a problem. Alright, so I don't need any of these. Don't need any of that. That's fine. You know what? It's going to be a for loop. I don't want to... I'm sure you'll be fine. We don't need this mouse stuff. So we're left with a rather small amount of stuff here. And I think I've deleted all the mouse stuff. So the only stuff left is... So input's only 10. So I need to just copy the file description here. Okay, so don't need any of that. I'm not even using any of those, but I'll just leave them there because I don't want to edit it. So what have we got? Input poll. Two bytes from 5 data lines. So poll a byte. Let's just do a plus port here, so we can make two versions. So what's the easiest way to get an arbitrary bit into a carry? Um... Oh. No, this is easy. We shift right. Where's it getting all these words from? When did... when did it get autocomplete? I don't remember this being a feature in Notepad++. And it's kind of annoying me. So, there we go. So that's the 5 data lines. Let's look at that again. So we have controller reading. So when we read, yeah, so we've got 5 data lines. We see that most of them aren't used. But 3 and 4 get used by the zapper. So, yeah, that's what this test will do. It'll do 2 bytes from everything. Though at the same time, let's get the Virtual Boy controller stuff open. Hi there, Quebs. I'm adding Virtual Boy controller support to emulators. That's to NES emulators, if you're wondering. And the reason why is because actually it's spelled out right here. I'm surprised I wrote this. I'm actually the person who wrote this article. I wasn't expecting myself to implement this later, but here I am. What's happened is Candelabra Estocero has been released, and I want to play it. And its good controls are Virtual Boy controller controls. And that's what Sly Dog Studios decided to do. He likes the Virtual Boy controller, and I guess he has one. I don't have one, and I don't plan on ever owning one. But I want to play this game, and the other alternative is it's got like this 2 controller scheme where you have like you use both NES D-pads held sideways, and I don't feel up to it. I feel it'd be easier to write emulator support for Virtual Boy controllers than deal with that. So that's what I'm doing. Anyhow, so I think when that game was kind of announced, I wrote this just to document it for myself for later. But basically, the SNES controller was backward compatible with the NES, and then the Virtual Boy controller was backward compatible with the SNES. They have different connectors, but you can just wire it up with a little passive adapter, like it's just connecting wires to a different pin, basically. And they all work with each other, which is weird. Well, it's not that weird, because I mean, they're all made by Nintendo. They had a good protocol going. Too many beers, eh? Before the stream started, I poured myself a drink, and I'm realizing there was a lot more in there than I should have put in there, but that's neither here nor there. I'm still doing fine. So right now I'm just doing a little quick input loop here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm writing an input test program. I'm reading 10 bytes from the controller inputs and just displaying them on the screen. And that's all this needs to do. So I'm adapting an old program I have. To just do that. Okay, so I don't need that. I don't need this. So the old program displayed what the SNES mouse did when connected to an emulator or the NES. I used it to test the hardware. The rest of this is all fine. So that's all the assembly coding I think I have to do for tonight. This is the C program. There's not much to it. So all that's left is to figure out what I did wrong. Because I always did something wrong. Too few arguments in function call. 92, 93, 138. Okay. Oh. I changed that function. There's no input setup anymore. So that should be that. I think. Oh, illegal addressing mode. That's an interesting one. What did I do there? Oh, what am I doing with X here? And why did I type load Y? That's weird that it calls it an illegal addressing mode, because I just failed to enter the address at all. I don't need any of these X's. So that should be it. Nope. Oh, right. I'm not exporting... Where's my exports? Oh, I didn't put an underscore. So, like, the C versions of everything translate to, in assembly, they have an underscore at the beginning. That's how CC65 kind of does all of its C naming conventions. But I forgot, I also... forgot to put a define in here. And then I now need to build 2 versions of this. Oh no. I have 2 separate parallel. What have I done? I think I want word wrap here. Where's word wrap? That's fine, that's fine. Okay. I think that's all. That should do it. If not, then I need to look up some things. Build successful. Uh-oh. Address size mismatch for input. Exported as 0 page. Imported. Really? That shouldn't matter. But you know what? I guess I'll just import ZP it or Pragma. Because why not? Why not let it know it's on the 0 page? It doesn't matter. Like, this is not a high performance application. Okay, so I don't see any more errors or warnings. And over here, we are ready to go. So, what I should see here... I've numbered these wrong, but it's working. There it is. On the second line, what do we got? 4017, 4017. That should be 4017. Yeah. Thank you. It won't matter much because those are just... Well, that one will matter. I would have caught that when I tested it, but this one was just debugging information, which I don't think I'm going to use because I don't need to debug this because it's so small. Unless something disastrous happens. But I did get the numbering of my inputs wrong here. So I want 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So that should maybe be it. And then we can focus on the actual emulators. So this is it's the 5 data lines. So each of these is a 16-byte or 16-bit report from one of 5 data lines. I'm very curious about that. Like, why does Mason... Oh, that's my sprite. Okay. I was wondering why Mason was reporting a 1 on that data line, but that's not what it's doing. That's my sprite in the wrong spot. So I've got one more thing here to update. I have a sprite over here. Oh, 1 plus 10 times 8. That's not what I want. I just want 1 times 8. That's all it was. So we'll just rebuild that one more time, and did that not change? Confused. Let me try reloading it. There. Okay, no, that's correct. That's weird that Mason wasn't reloading it. Okay, so this works. If I set the input to, say, the zapper, I should see stuff on these 2 lines out here. There we go. So that's the zapper input. So that's ready. And actually, what I need to test is SNES controller, but I don't think I've configured it. Or maybe I have. It looks like it comes pre-configured. Except for L and R. Don't know why those aren't configured, but now we can see SNES pad input. This is curious though. It should have stuff in the second byte that it doesn't. And I'm going to open it in FCEUX and see. So here's the same thing. It's working fine. this has SNES mouse support, or SNES pad support. That's not doing it either. That's curious. Hang on. Am I just wrong about this? Oh, Mason is a fairly new emulator. It's a couple years old now, but it's very new in the scope of, like, compared to FCUX, which is, you know, from early 2000s, maybe even late 90s. I don't know quite how old it is. No, I don't think it's quite late 90s, but it's early 2000s for sure. Let's see what it says in here. Administrators. I'm a current contributor, but it goes way back. FCE, Barrow. That might even be 90s. Like, I wouldn't be too surprised. But basically, like, FCUX is like 20 years old, Mason's like 3 years old, something like that. Mason has a great debugger. Mason is a very, very good debugging emulator, and it's clean, it's new, it's made with everything we know from the last couple of years. Like, it's quite fantastic, and I do recommend it. Oh, it does get zeros here. Okay, I was thinking of the mouse. The mouse gets a signature. Yeah, okay, the mouse has the signature 0001. That's what I was thinking of. Is that a little bit loud, the music? I'll turn it down just slightly. Yes, Nesticle had some amazing theming to it. So here we are, SNES controller. Okay, so that's correct. I just misremembered it, but that's fine. I don't need to test... Well, I sort of need to test SNES controller to make sure it works, but... actually, what we wanted to see is that in the second controller... So, sorry. So Y and B... Did they really... That's not how they arranged it, is it? B should be that. Okay, no, that's just Mason has arranged it this way. Okay. So what you see, Y and X are switched and A and B are switched. Like, that's how it is. SNES controller versus... Do I have an SNES controller? Alright. I'm sure everybody... You found my tweet? I'm sure everybody knows how these controllers are, but SNES controller, you have YX rather than XY, so it's Y then X, and this is B and A. They're sort of, they go from right to left, so it's A, B, X, Y, and then any modern controller for Xbox or even for Dreamcast or like anybody else but Nintendo, you have B, or it goes AB, left to right, AB, and then it goes XY, AB, XY. So I don't know why I'm showing that. You probably can't even see it on the on this camera, but yeah, it's a constant source of confusion between Nintendo stuff and everybody else. And I mean, sure, you made an arbitrary decision and you live with it forever, but... I mean, Sega Master System called them 1 and 2. But then Nintendo started calling them 1 and 2 on the Wii U, or on the Wii controller? I don't know. It's very confusing. Anyhow, so this verifies L and R and A and X are in the second byte, you can see here. So there's R, L. So A is the first byte, you get an 8. X is the second byte. Actually, I'm very curious. If Mason shows... No. I was wondering if it showed stuff for the non-standard controller, but... So if we switch back to an NES controller, yeah, now it's showing it in the corner. That's interesting. So that means it doesn't have a viewer for that. I want to see what this debugger has, because the debugger has this input stuff here. So the Mason debugger is amazing. I love it. Can I squish it a little bit? The only problems I have with Mason are the debugger takes up a lot of screen real estate. Hard to use without like 2 monitors like I usually have. Right now I'm trying to fit everything into 1280 by 720, so it's going to be a little squishy. So it does that, and it uses a lot more CPU power than FCUX. But what you get for that is it's more accurate, it's got more powerful debugging features, it's really a dream. I didn't think anyone would ever make something like this, but it's fantastic. So I highly recommend Mason. I use it most of the time. I use FCUX for like playing games and not debugging them because it's faster, it uses less power. Or if I'm on my laptop and I'm on battery, I don't want to use Mason. I want to use FCUX because it uses a lot less CPU power. But otherwise, it's a great emulator. Highly recommend trying it out. And it's the GUI's all in C#, so there's a Linux version based on Mono. I think there might be a Mac build of it too. I'm not sure. I haven't really tried to do any homebrew stuff on Mac, and I don't think I ever will try, but it seems fairly portable as far as I've seen. Okay, so I got into a digression there. I wanted to make sure, so second controller shouldn't see anything here, but if let's show port 2, and... Okay, so I don't have any keys for second controller right now. I'll just set my joystick to use them for a moment. So it's giving a warning that I'm using both of them. But as you can see, it's working, the buttons are working for second controller as well. So that little define that I made for 4016, 4017 appears to be working. So I'll just clear this so it stops warning me. And that's done. I now have these 2 test ROMs, which I will need shortly. The next step, I think I can get out of that. So here we have FCEUX. I'm realizing just before I start, I need to create a branch here. So the branch will be called Visual Basic VB Control. VB controller. And it actually got Mason ready to branch here too, so I'll make a VB controller branch here while I'm at it. So that way, any changes I make now are going to go in that branch. So we have FCEUX. Oh, why'd that come back up? The debug build brings up this thing. It's taking a while to start. I guess that's just Visual Studio. So to make this easy, I'll just drag that on there. I feel like this isn't even a one-to-one. There. So there's my debug output. I think I've already set up the buttons. Oh, and I'm already configured as Super Nintendo. Yeah, I've already set these all up. So this is working. So what I need to do is basically take here, let's reuse this window. Oh, actually, no, don't reuse that window. Where's the window I need? I'm continually uncomfortable about like what's going to be in my windows. Because I don't know. I don't know what's going to pop up where. But what was my goal here? Oh yeah. So there will be a file somewhere for SNES gamepad. And I basically just want to duplicate it and then make a new thing. So I find everything that's related to SNES gamepad and then copy it. Where is it? It's not PowerPad. FKB? Top writer? I don't see something called SNES pad. I hope they're not like combined into one controller here, because that's going to be annoying. That's weird that popped up over there, but let's just look for SNES throughout the entire code. Guess I need to make this bigger. There's SNES pad. To do. How does this affect SNES pads? How does this affect SNES pads? What does that mean? I have a feeling this is going to be jankier than I thought it was going to be. In fact, you know what? I'm going to try to do this in Mason first. I bet Mason has a cleaner implementation of all this. Wait, did I just search for the word Mason? Oh, it keeps popping up on the other screen. There we go. Okay, so we've got an SNES controller.h. So that's probably in here somewhere. SNES controller. So we'll make VB controller. Is there not a CPP file for it? So where are we gonna find that? Somewhere in core. Input? Controllers. Okay, so let's open that. And we'll add this new one we just added called VB controller. Did we not just add one called VB controller? Oh, I called it VC controller, that's why. So, here we are. So, case controller type. Case controller type. So I think that's console port, console get settings, console get controller keys. Okay, so there's more to it. Oh, IntelliSense is having a moment. There we go. Oh no, how many? There. Okay. What is this? Oh, okay. I don't think I actually need an entry here. I think this is the auto selection. So this is the thing that automatically selects Zapper or whatever for Duck Hunt and whatnot. If it's in the header, but I don't think I need that for this. Though I'm actually curious if there was a Virtual Boy controller standard added. So it was New Rising Sun is a person who I've encountered on the NES Dev forums, and they've been kind of revamping the headers and preparing a lot of packages of new ROMs with better headers. So we extended the NES header. It was 16 bytes. It's still 16 bytes, but we filled in what was left of it. to add some needed missing information. Like this was started by Cabtris probably about 10 years ago. Nobody really took it seriously until about like 4 years ago, and now it's kind of catching on. But it's just an extension to the header of the old files in a standard way that is... It's really nice that it's finally catching on. For a long time, it was just like everybody was talking about it, and it was just like, I want this in it, I want this in it, and it's just like nobody needs it for anything. You only needed it for like 1 or 2 games. Well, more than 1 or 2, but they're all really obscure games, and there were already like solutions for it that were hacky, but this is less hacky, and it's better, it's cleaner, and it's good for homebrew, because now you can say, hey, my thing has weird hardware in it, and here's the header that tells you that. But only new emulators will pay attention to it, of course. Here we are, default expansion device. So apparently... so there's an SNES mouse, 2 SNES controllers option, no Virtual Boy love. Okay, so there's no existing entry in there. So yeah, like that's what that thing I was looking at was implementing. There's this byte in the header that now tells you like what kind of weird controls this game might have if it's a game with weird controls. So your emulator can auto-select. That's one of the things that has been added to the NES 2 headers. iNES 2. I call it iNES 2 because it's a revision to the iNES format. It's not. It's .NES 2.0. I think the .0 is kind of unnecessary, but whatever. We're never going to make a 2.1. We're just adding to 2.0 willy-nilly. I don't know. It's silly. But then there's people who like pedantically want to say, no, it's NES 2.0, not iNES 2. I don't know. I don't care, though. I'm just going to call it iNES 2. I'm not going to argue with people about it, but I'm going to say it this way. So that I don't need to pay attention to. Controller type names. So after VS Zapper, I now have virtual... Oh, it's type names. So this is VB controller. This is not a user-facing value, I think. Controller type. VB controller equals 9. Mouse device. Okay, don't need to care about that. So this is NES 2 is kind of conflicting with the SNES thing, but doesn't matter. Okay, so that's... I think that's the same table here. Yeah. That's this table. So like 2C is RacerMate. Okay, so that part's fine. SNES mouse. Okay, key presets. Oh. I think this is for... it's saying SNES 30, but that's the... What's it called? SN30? Yeah, it's this 8-bit DOE thing. They have a product called the SN30, which is like super... Yes, that explains why it's calling things YXBA. It's the SN30 default. Okay. So it's like a modern controller based on the SNES mouse. But anyhow, I don't need to care about that. That's It's presets. It broke? Are they kind of fragile? I've played with one once or twice, but I don't own any 8BitDo controllers. I've been thinking I want one of the SN30 Pros because they look nice, but I don't know. I also have these nice... I like these Logitech controllers. This is my main controller. I have like 4 of these. Or no, I have 3. I have 2 of these and I have a wireless version. Actually, the wireless version is right here, but it's really nice because it has a mode button which switches the analog stick and the D-pad, and I love that. So I can switch them anytime I want, and then this will pretend to be the D-pad and this will pretend to be the analog stick. Because a lot of games only support one or the other. Otherwise, it's not the best feeling controller I've ever felt, but it's pretty good. There's nothing bad about it. And they're pretty durable and they're good. What's DS for Windows? DS for Windows. I don't know what that means. Yeah, they're also not too expensive. $20? I thought this was a little more than $20, but it still wasn't expensive. Let's see, F310 on Amazon. Actually, you're right. They're about $20. I think the price has come down. I thought I paid more, but yeah, I guess they're cheap too. So yeah, I highly recommend this. But anyhow, that leads into why I'm doing my current task, because okay, so just to the 710. Oh yeah, the 710 is the wireless one. I don't actually use it very much. This one's good. I have an exercise bike just back there, and I often like play video games while on the exercise bike. And the wireless pad is useful for that. Though sometimes I just use a long extension cord as well. But a game just released called Estocero, Candelabra Estocero, which I'll get to testing in a bit after I've worked on this emulator. And a game released a while ago called Spookatron. They both have Virtual Boy controller support. Spookatron had Super Nintendo controller support, which was enough for me because I have Super Nintendo controllers. But Estocero has only Virtual Boy or like this weird hold 2 NES controllers sideway kind of thing. Actually, let me open this manual here and you can see what I'm talking about. Let's just fit this into this tiny window. Oh, this kind of streaming is actually quite taxing on my CPU, it seems. Oops, why is this happening? Why did that open? Oh, I clicked the start free trial button. That's what happened by accident. So, here, we can look at their controller layouts. So the option is Virtual Boy controller or this. And I don't know. If you just look at this and think about it, and think about why I feel like writing Virtual Boy controller support for the emulator so I can play this. I think this diagram says it pretty clearly. Smash TV port. Actually, I think Smash TV for NES had 2 options. Let me check that for a second. But yeah, I think you're right that there was a thing for that, but I think there was also an option to play it with your controller in regular orientation. Did I put my buttons over there? Ah, I did this wrong. Yeah. So there's the options. So you could do it that way, or you could do it this way. This was the way I always played it. 4 controller option. There's no 1-player 4 controllers. There should be a speedrun for that mode. But, yeah. So this is how I usually played it. Which was decidedly harder than the 2-controller mode. Though, what I learned from playing Bangai-O is how viable... Oh, there it is. There's the strafe button. Or is it the strafe button? Why is it always... Was there a task for this? There's probably a task for Smash TV. Anyhow, I was just looking at that to make sure my memory was correct. It does have options for its control schemes. So I was explaining just here, this is why I want... There's a game that just came out called Candelabra Estocero. It's like a 3D dungeon crawl kind of game. I don't think there's much graphics in the manual here that really show off the game. I'll get to it later. But this is its control scheme. It supports Virtual Boy controller and it supports NES controller. And the reason it can do that is because SNES controller was backwards compatible with NES in a way, and Virtual Boy controller is backwards compatible with SNES and NES. So you can use the 3 sets of controllers kind of interchangeably. They all have the same protocol. The NES controller reports 8 bits. SNES controls reports 12 bits and then 4 zeros, and then Virtual Boy reports I think like 15 of 16 bits. But it's all just receiving bits over the same line, basically. The Virtual Boy controller is, well, protocol-wise, it's like an SNES controller with 2 more buttons and a battery indicator. The Virtual Boy controller has... It does kind of look like 2 NES controllers. It's got 2 buttons on the left, 2 buttons on the right, 2 D-pads, and then it has 2 back buttons that are sort of like L and R. But I have the article up here. So here's all the things that it reports. So comparing this to the SNES controller, so where B and Y are the right D-pads. So they've basically mapped the face buttons from the Super Nintendo to the D-pad on the right. And then the extra B and A buttons are now extra. Those were zeros on the... Oops, I'm pressing the wrong... Like, those were all zeros on the Super NES. So here we have B and A, and then we get a 1. It's always 1. It's just sort of an ID. And then the battery thing, which doesn't matter, but we can always report 0 on an emulator. So the D-pad is not mapped how you would expect. Well, I don't know. I don't know what you'd expect, but the D-pad is basically mapped to be compatible to how the SNES mapped it. And then the 2 extra buttons are just extra. But the 2 extra buttons actually it's kind of worth showing that because it has them labeled. The 2 extra buttons are here, so they're the B and A buttons. And then these are like select and start. It's kind of weird. But anyhow, I don't want to ever own a Virtual Boy controller, and that's why I'm doing this. I own Super Nintendo controllers. I'm happy to have them. I don't want a Virtual Boy controller. I don't want a Virtual Boy. I've played a Virtual Boy. It's cool. I don't need to own one. Maybe my tune will change someday. Maybe I'll make Virtual Boy homebrew someday, but not today. Anyhow, so basically we were looking for the SNES controller stuff in Mason and making a Virtual Boy controller here. Okay, so I think there's going to be... Are we in another... Standard controller? Okay. So we're in another window here. I think it's under... Yeah, it's the GUI.NET project. And this is standard controller. Controls, here we are. Control standard controller. Is there an SNES controller? Oh. This might be tricky. Bandai microphone. Where am I gonna find this? This is under config. Oh, it's under config. Or is it? It's weird that I don't see it here. Oh, maybe it's under forms. Maybe? Forms config controller. Okay, so there's not a separate SNES one, which... That means I have to make a new controller. So this might be tricky. Is there any other controller out there that has 2 D-pads? I don't know. I mean, the way the SNES has a D-pad, or the way we have 4 face buttons, that's kind of a D-pad. Like, so is the N64 controller, and even the Switch kind of adopted that style of D-pad. Not that I think it's a good D-pad, but it's what you can use, or it's something you can use. What library are you talking about, Sorgenheimer? I'm just trying to add Virtual Boy support to Mason. Well, yeah, okay, so there's stuff in the core. I've already added a file there. But now I'm looking at... I need the UI to set up the button mapping, right? And I think what I'm looking at is... I'm trying to copy this Super Nintendo controller and then add to it. But I'm being thwarted because the Super Nintendo controller is just the standard controller, and then L and R are hidden. What's this one? And that's hidden. Okay. So this is going to be a problem. Like, now I need a new... So these get renamed, basically. So I guess I need to make a new thing for it, which means I need to design a form. I don't really look forward to that, but I can do it. So I'm gonna have to figure that out in a bit. The rest of this, I don't think I need to pay attention. This is presets. That's fine. So that I need to worry about at some point. And I get a lot of noise from the is NES flag. So what's this here? Interop emu. What is this? Input config? Okay, so there's... Wait, it's missing one. There was another one. I don't know where it was defined, but... I gotta come back to that. I'll just write a note about interop emu. And I also wanted to do it for FCEUX. Maybe I've made a mistake wanting to try and do both at once. I looked at FCEUX and I thought Mason will be easier, and now I'm looking at Mason and I'm like, FCEUX will be easier. I'll probably continue to think that as I go between the two of them. So hang on, there was a different thing here. Also, I'm trying to do everything in a 1280 by 720 window so that I can stream it, and that's limits my visibility here. Okay, so Super Mouse was 7, VS Zapper was 8. So I want to compare that to... Like, are these supposed to match? I don't know if that's a thing that should be done, but... Okay, so... SNES mouse... That I don't need to worry about. Oh wow, we've got all these translations. Oh, that's a bunch of stuff to care about. Okay, well, why not? Let's dive in here. Yeah, they're all custom. They're all custom except like the Super Nintendo one shares space with the regular NES one, and it just like hides and renames buttons. Which is a problem because I need to add more buttons and there's not really more space for it. So I should just make a new custom one, but it becomes a more complicated thing to do. Okay, so SNES controller, Virtual Boy controller. Wait, what was the other one? Okay, it looks like we have CA. What's CA? Catalan? No, Commandement? Is that French Canadian maybe? I don't know. Raton? Manette? That's Italian, I guess? Japanese? Now I'm going to be looking at what Virtual Boy was in Japanese. It's Bachura Boy. Controller. Okay, I guess that's what we're calling it. Go back here and grab this again. We got Russian. How many of these are there? I'm amazed at how many languages this has been. Looks like we're not trying for Russian. But Ukraine... Or no, what's UK? Is UK Ukraine? It must be Ukraine because it's Cyrillic there. And Chinese. I don't even know what Virtual Boy would be in Chinese. Still called Virtual Boy. So I gotta hope that that's controller. Because I'm seeing it next to standard controller. Alright. We're through that. Make it VB controller consistency? What are you talking about? Underscore B? Well... Oh no. Yeah, I probably should. I'll come back to this. I thought this was already in my search result. Why am I looking at these again? There's libretro. Oh no, I have no idea what to do in libretro. There's no way I can test this. And that's not related to... case acronyms as if they were words. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's the style that Sour's been using for this, so I should change it. I'm just... See, this is another level of... Like, I can't figure out how to do libretro with this thing. Can I just ignore this for now? Okay, so I've sort of done that. So let's take VB controller. And we'll do that. You're gonna have to be more specific about what first line you mean. Yeah, well, that would have been a compile error. No big deal. We got it later. It's not ready to compile anyway. Okay. So that's done. Okay. So I have some idea of the scope of the problem. First thing is here. This is now a VB controller. A, B, select start, up, down, left, right. Y, X, L, R. So actually I don't want... A is... what to call this? Select start. I'm the AB studio. Oh, I just mean I would have... It would have been easy to catch later. It's not. It's fine. Some of them wouldn't have been easy to catch. The ones that were in quotes would have been harder to catch, especially the ones that were in translations. But something that's dependent on to compile is something that I will be sure to catch. It's like no problem. I need to bring this back up. So, the order is down left, select start, up, down, left, right. Select up, down, left, right. So Y and X are... Wait, Y and X shouldn't be over here. I'm confused, actually, because I thought... Yeah, A and X are over there. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to account for the Super Nintendo implementation. Doesn't matter. Right, up. And then L and R. Right, up, L, R. Oh, and then we have B and A. Get key names. This is a problem. I wonder what get key names is for. Interrupt emu. Key combination. Oh man, this is... I don't know where that's going. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Missed. Soundtrack by Mario Paint. Did you bring enough for the whole class? Well, there's enough pizza for everybody to see, I guess, but if you want a bite, you better do it quick. Otherwise, I'll eat it. Anything one of you doesn't eat off my plate, I will eat. That's just how it's gonna work. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to sound dismissive of the spelling mistake you pointed out. I was just saying it would have gotten caught, but thank you for pointing it out. It does need to be fixed. before this works. There's just Spiccoli's Pizza with the whole class. I haven't seen that movie in a while. I remember it being pretty good. So I'm confused as to what get key names is used for. And whether I can use let's see what the Subor keyboard says for get key names. Okay, I can use lowercase. So that's very welcome. Because now the problem, I don't have to worry. Except where was I? Oh yeah. VB controller. Oh, I need to rename this file too. Where was it? It's in core somewhere. NES controllers. Here we are. What? I need to rename it to something that is stupid. Case insensitivity. Case lack of insensitivity? Case insensitivity? Is that what I said? I don't know. Gotta rename it twice to rename it once. Okay. Wait, they're still called L and R in... There's two LRs in Super Nintendo. So they didn't have to be unique. What have you dealt with on occasion? So I still don't know what this get key names is for. But there we go. Key mapping. I'm worried about this one. Well, this was like the Windows thing where I was trying to rename it to VB controller and it looked at itself and it's like, this is the same file. There we go. Turn off sound for the crunch. Okay, I guess we have this times 2. Right, 1. There we go. No. 2int is a 16-bit type. These are cast to 8-bit. I don't know why that's being done, but that's the style, and I'm just imitating it. The first button, yeah. If it was me, I would probably put spaces on these, and I'd have a left shift 0 here, and a corresponding bracket. I'd make them symmetrical. But this isn't my program. I'm not going against the prevailing style. Okay, so that's almost all of it. Console seems to be not known here, which is kind of unclear about that. How does this one know about console and mine doesn't? But anyhow, this is what the original was like, so I'm just copying that style. So I guess I'll just rename these to the same thing I used there. Up, down, left, right. Right one. So I should actually, just for a moment, let's open something in Mason. And I just want to look at one of the inputs with the custom setup. So let's say Arkanoid controller. Power pad. Okay, here we go. So I think power pad is really what I want to emulate in terms of what to do, and not SNES as much. Because I'm really making a custom controller and not why doesn't this have... Oh, I forget how to set it up. There used to be a most recently used behavior of the tabs, and that was way better. This is just... keep opening too much stuff, and I get bogged down. Okay, there. So... key mapping clearly has to be custom here, so... still feels weird that it's like up, down, left, right, right, up. But these are totally different. Yeah. So looking at the power pad, how does it get its buttons? Refresh state buffer, get key names. So it's got, yeah. Key mappings. Kind of confused about this. Oh! So we need to... key mappings is used all over the place. Now I'm kind of curious if the turbo buttons on SNES conflict. So you have the SNES controller. So I should have done that. But see, this isn't related at all. XA, YB. So if I change that to B, and then I go to... Oh, no, they're shared. So that's interesting. So if I put, like, the I key in here, it applies to standard controller. That's not pleasant. Yeah, I think I need a new set of inputs for Virtual Boy, so... I'll call this Virtual Boy buttons. So maybe we'll save the D-pad? I don't know. I don't know if it's appropriate to keep anything the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 buttons. There we go. I'm just gonna do that. 14 completely separate buttons. I think that's better than trying to reuse these. So now that we're doing that, so we should just do that. Looks like style is using int. And apparently trailing plus plus is the style here. Okay. Gotta add Um, okay, took care of that. Oh, okay. Okay. Clone virtual boy buttons. Does this virtual boy buttons clone? Virtual boy buttons. Virtual Oh no, now there's a presets that I gotta fill in. Wait. Controllers count equals 0. I don't know. Oh, so default virtual boy buttons? Get keycode, get keycode. So I don't even know what to use as default. I guess we could do WASD IJKL, but that doesn't leave us with 4 buttons in between. Or maybe CVBN? I don't know, there's no like non-stupid Subor keyboard. Okay. Well. Let's copy this and do like it does. To 14. So what's the order? Right down? No, it's left down? Left down. Down left. Down left, select start. Way past the Baller Peak. See you later. Have a Hickman. Okay, down, left. We're gonna put select and start on C and V. Select, start. It is select and start, right? Select and start. And now we have up, down, left, right. So that's W, S, A, D, right? Up, down, left, right. And then we have right and up. So L and I. Then we have L and R. F and H. And then we need two more. B and A, so C, V, B, and N. And that's kind of a sensible keyboard mapping. It covers all the buttons at least. So I need to keep going through that, but let's do a search for power pad. Get so we've covered that. What are these 5 references? Oh, I see. The 5 references are to the thing below here. Okay, so that's... okay. Wait, old version is less than new button? Old version is less than new version. Oh no. What's the current Mason version? In order to know what to do here, I need to know what the current version of Mason is. Mason... Development build, oh here, releases. 0.9.9. Released 5 days ago. Save states created with version 0.9.8 or older will no longer work in 0.9.9. That's interesting. That indicates a fundamental change in how save states work, I guess. Actually, thinking about this, I don't think I actually have to do anything about the config info. being old, because there is no old settings for it, right? It will just never pick up anything, right? Right? UV gamepad. Port is less than 3. Less than or equal to 3. Okay, so port 4 is the expansion port on the... Oh no. Okay, so we'll just use these in order, I guess. This is the hard problem of naming everything. I'm missing an ID. Up. It's up, down, left, right. So down, left, select start. Up, down, left, right. Joypad A. So now I don't know where I am. Let's see. Right up LRBA. All right. Need a closing brace here. Device. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that looks good. Down, left, right, up, down, left, right. Select start, LRBA. What else have we got? Case, device, BB gamepad type equals controller type. So let's go back to this. So I got that. Controllers count equals 1. I don't really understand why. I don't really understand this special case for controllers count equals 1. Why does the power pad have special? I'm going to ignore this one. Oh, that's a form for power pad config. So I will definitely need to look at that later. Or main. Okay, so this one is definitely one I need to. Oh, this is deep. configmanager.config.inputinfo.controllers 0 keys.keys 0. That is a deep structure, but this is C#, so I guess that's the name of the game. Virtual boy buttons. Okay, and then there's another... Oh, I've already got that one. Okay, so that's all references to power pad. This one I don't care about. But I will need to create a new form. Actually, the new form is the only thing I need to do still. I think. So let's go back here. So this is in GUI.NET forms. Kind of curious if it would build like this. Like, I think I've actually done everything except the form to set inputs. I don't know why that little thing that says the tool is now responding to messages popped up, but I guess that's what we got. Okay, I've got a syntax error there. It's weird that that's the one that's, I've forgotten an include here. Yeah, I've forgotten an include. What do I have now? What is this window? This tool is now responding to messages. I don't know what that is. It's some weird thing that has infected Visual Studio. Interop. Okay, so where's Bandai microphone buttons? Where's this? Oh, I see. How did I miss power button? Add buttons. Here. call it? So build actually succeeds, which might mean it's going to work, because it's got a set of default keys, right? So here we can throw this in here. Can't we? There we are. So that's my okay, so our option isn't in here. Let's look for the string that says zapper. Controller type names. Oh. Expansion port device names. No? Hang on. Okay. I think I need to hang this from my other ear. So my headphones have a cord that hangs from one side. But I think that puts pressure, like a mild amount of pressure on my neck that after a long time of sitting kind of wears on me. So now I've wrapped the cord around my ear so it's hanging from my right ear. I have this little cord around under my chin there, but get input type? Hang on, what happens if I build everything again? Because I feel like it's not building everything. Right. libretro didn't work, but I don't think it's not working because of anything I did. So there's some additional setup there. I don't really care as long as it's valid. Like I'm not gonna figure out whatever libretro needs tonight, but so one of these days I'm gonna have to kind of get inside libretro and understand how it works, but seems like one of them built, but did it? So So what do we get? We get recent files. Oh, okay, so I definitely don't want to load save states like that. Disable game selection screen. Start game from power on. Yes. Okay. So where are we getting these from? Maybe let's look for Arkanoid controller. Am I excluding something here? That's interesting. Somehow the term Arkanoid controller is not appearing in my search. What is this? And why isn't this... the same window as that? So... oh. So that's going to be in a form somewhere. Or... emulation settings? No, it's not that. It's got to be a form in here somewhere. Like what references that value ID? Where are the value IDs picked up? Edit header. Input info. Okay, so this is kind of the next thing I need to figure out. I don't know the best... way to figure out how that string gets in there. So we have this input menu. Power pad is one of the options. So we have a string that says power pad, and I assume that's basically sitting in the... That's impossible. There's more... Something else says power pad. Okay, so it's... here. So the value ID is power pad. How is that value ID? It's a controller type, so... controller type names. No, that's the input thing. It's got to be down in here. No, that's the header editor. Input info. Oh, I've got one for that. XML element power pad. Key presets? No. Here's another idea. We've got all these forms. Where's the one? What's input info? What does it look like? Is there a form I can look at? Controls. Control... Forms. Here we are. Form... Controller config? That's the standard controller config, right? Controller config, right? Base input config control? No, that's not it. Form input config. So what's the name of this? Is it just called CBO Player 1? So how does this get filled in? Set available controller types. Controller types to array. What's this? New list controller type. If not, is NES. I'm not sure why is that SNES is... If it's not an NES, add the SNES controller. Else, if is NES and not Fourscore, so it feels like I need to add it here. So what happens there? It's a build error. Controller types. Like on my OBS, I've dropped 22 frames, probably when doing like heavy compiling or something. Okay, so there it is. Let's open this. There it goes. Doesn't have a setup. Okay, so we got... Do any of these work? No. That's okay. That's a start. It builds. So where are we building this? x86 debug. Let's see what's in the settings file. So we have shortcut key info for lots of stuff. Family basic, pachinko, exciting, blah blah blah. Virtual boy, key count, values, no values. Key mappings. No values. Key mappings. Okay, I'm hopeful for this. So the next thing is trying to add a form. Oh, we're back in FCE UX. That's for later. So, what are we looking at? We want there's a form for editing the power pad. So there's a control party or power pad config CS and a form power pad config CS. So I want to dig into Mason's source code. These are both under GUI.net. So we have form. It's under config. Controllers. Oh. Organization. A novel thing. This has so much code in it. I'm amazed what Sauer has done with this. Like he's made a really amazing emulator with a lot of features. I've looked into it a little before, but this is... it goes far. Okay, so there are 3 power pad things. Let's see if we can just duplicate those and call it form virtual boy. So I've made 3 files. So we've got a CS. Is there a resx file we need? No, those are all pings. Let's take a look at... okay, so there's a designer resx and a .cs. But that's it. That's the 3 files, right? So... Need to look at this for a moment. Or I should really open all three of them. So I've got a designer, I config, resx schema. Oh god, this is... What is this? Yes, let's embed a base 64 image in our XML file. This is very Microsoft, I must say. Okay, so I don't see the word PowerPad anywhere in here, so we'll just assume we can reuse it. This is my do it fast. Oops. I'm just going to replace the word PowerPad with Virtual Boy. In fact, I'm going to search and replace. I accidentally wrote Power Pack, but... Verutal. I'm very virile. Verutal. What are you talking about? Now the only thing I'm worried about is... Oop, I'm out of it. That's all the power pads. And the reason I'm not just doing a search and replace and I'm actually like manually pasting all of these is just because I want to investigate. I want to just see all the code that I'm replacing. So what happens if I add... Oh, one more thing I want to check. Okay, I don't see anything suspicious in here. Is there like a GUID or something? I don't actually see anything super suspicious. Simple XML format. I like how Microsoft puts these boilerplate comments in like all these auto-generated files. It's like, you can read this if you want. If you want. This bugs me. Like, what the hell is public key token? Can I change that? Should I change that? If I don't change that, is that gonna mess with something? It's, look, culture equals neutral. Culture equals neutral. This is the mystery of C#. Okay, so here I was, and I had the opportunity to add an existing... Wait, there's a form PowerPad config and a control PowerPad config. Let me... Gotta do this again. Okay. That one should not say power pad still. There we go. So now I have 3 more files to mess with. Okay, and then this one, once again, nothing I can understand inside. It has a public key token. I think that's the same public key token that was right here. Looks the same. Does it matter? Culture equals hostile is what the app auto-generated form would say, in my opinion. Apple is not very receptive to open source software in general. I don't know if they have an official policy about it, but in practice, it's, I don't know, it's almost insane to do open source software on Mac. It's just everything about that operating system is pushing it out. Okay, well, let's try and do this. So we now have Control Virtual Boy somewhere in here. Don't we? No, config. Where am I? Forms? Config controllers. Okay. Okay, I found those. That's important. Okay, let's see what happens. And then form. So that's form. Add existing item. Control. There we go. Will this build? Apple isn't very receptive to downloading software from a website. Well, if the website is iTunes, they're receptive to that. But yeah, everything else, no. So that builds. Let's see if that magically has a setup button. It does not. Okay, that's fine. I think I need to look at this. Oh. And what is this one called? Text setup. Button setup P1. Cool. Oh, okay, so this is just an enable button. Selected item equals resource helper text enter op emu controller type controller. Why aren't we liking this? Oh, I need one more. Why does this turn red? What have I done? Have I missed another? I did too many. How did I miss this when I searched for power pad? Maybe I never searched for power pad. That stuff that's all internal to PowerPad. We've got that. Got that. Here we are. Case, integer, hop, emu, controller type. So that reveals another thing I have not followed a switch from that breaks the problem. Do I need an include or something? Is there not a virtual boy config? Oh, it's this. Mouse info. Controller info, controller. So that'll do that. Do I have to do it again? Expansion port device. I don't think I need to worry about that. What is this? Update conflict warning. Okay. Oh, I see. Case, interop, emu, controller type. For each. Button in mappings. The virtual. This definitely would have been easier in FCUX. I should have done that first, like I thought I was going to. Before I, for some reason, thought, oh no, I'll do it in Mason. Mason will be easier. No. No, that was wrong. Don't need to worry about that. Okay. That I got. That I got. That I got. That's yeah, that's not a thing I need to worry about. That's in there. Okay. Let's go back to it. So, what I'm hoping to see is when I click on setup, that, well, it won't be grayed out, and also I can click on it and it will open a window with a power pack configuration window in it. I think we got a crash here. That's good though. That's actually good. Here we go. So this use side A thing is something I'm gonna have to reckon with. I need to remove it from this because that's not including what I need. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. So... I'm actually really confused as to what this resource is. Oh, there's a string. Here, let's pin this again. So let's look at this first. I'm kind of confused as to why I can't. Okay, this use side A button needs to go. So that's the first thing. So I've got a bunch of stuff in here that I need to remove. Let's pin this. Unpin that. Unpin that. Check show side A. Definitely don't need that. So I need to remember to come back to that. Got rid of that, got rid of those four. Wait, where'd it go? That's been deleted. That's been auto-deleted, I think. Try this again. Power pad. Okay. So I also need to check show side A. Looks like that's been deleted too. Um, so that actually opens. I wonder what these bindings are set to, but that's cool. I now have a thing. Now have a form. All right. So that was not a thing I needed to add. Design mode. Virtual boy config 1 initialize. I don't need to. Ugh. So let's see if we can config 0. Was that there before? So I'm not expert in what has that changed. So let's say I save all that. Let's find out what it's done. So let's look at our changes. This is what source control is for. So I have control manager, core. We had that. We had that. So we've added a bunch of projects. Key presets. Virtual boy buttons. Input config has a new thing on it. Input config designer. This one bothers me. This one should not be. This should not be changed at all. So here's the thing. I'm going to close Visual Studio. And while it's doing that, so I'm certain that this file should not have changed. This needed a change, but this should not have had a change. So I'm going to discard it. This also should not have had a change. So I will discard it. And this should not have changed. This have not. See, look what it's doing. It's replacing every single line for some reason. Like all three of these should not have a change. Hi there, Patrick M. Jones. Yeah. It's sort of what C# does, but it's... So these should all be fine, but... Okay, so now I can reopen that. Oh, it seems my music has ended. I guess I could just restart it. It's a good soundtrack. It's just annoying. Because it created a load function that I don't want, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Because I'm not a C# expert. Diffing before you commit. I'm not even committing yet, but... Yeah. Well, Mason isn't my project, so I really definitely need to review what I'm doing before I... Well, I'm committing to a fork, but what I mean is... you know, I still need to be careful about the code I'm creating if I'm going to submit a pull request. What am I missing here? Okay, that's open. Okay, how to delete the generated function from accidentally double-clicking on a button in Form Designer. Creates a designer button click event. When you remove the handle, it's a subscription. Event handler. So it's an event handler I need to remove. Okay. Well, Okay, we're back here. Where was I? Virtual Boy config design. So properties. Where are the event handlers? Is that a tab? Okay. So I need to delete this. So that I can delete... Oh, it did delete it. It deleted it for me. Well, whatever. Thank you, I guess. What's bugging me is I don't know why I can't click these. Are they... Oh, there's 4 Virtual Boy config controls, and that's hiding in control Virtual Boy config. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Now I know what I'm looking at. Now I know why I can't click on it. How does it look so different here? Why is that all red and blue? So these all have numbers or names. Button 6, button 7, button 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I need to consider how this is laid out. We have up, down, left, right. We have another up, down, left, right. We have L, we have R. And then we have A, B, select start. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So there's 14 things to lay out here. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Wait, where's the code? View code. Okay. Ah. So this is unnecessary. Public bool show side A. Okay. Okay, so what am I looking at here? I've got yeah, that's fine. I shouldn't try and edit the code, but so I want to make this bigger. Column count? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is 7? 8 rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I want 10 rows? And 9 columns? I think. Oh man, I'm really bad at form designing. Let me... Let me write this down. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So, I mean, this would probably be easier if I tried to start from scratch than design it the way I'm doing it, but okay, so we want button 1. How do I decide the sizes of these? What kind of control is this? Table layout panel. Oh, so this is like an absolute size. Is it? I can't just type in numbers here. There's some sort of auto size. What's forcing the size here? What else have we got? Button 1, label 1, button, blah 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 blah. So, oh, can I make, there we go. Now I can start doing stuff. Now we can do something. Okay. So that's a label row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. So we want button 0 there. We don't have a button 0 yet. Let's move button 8 over here. Move button 9 here. Button 12 will have to move. Button 11 up here. Okay, this is now going well. Now making progress. Here's button 12. Except I don't want button 12 there, I actually want button 13 there. But now I can put button 1 here. We'll need to make a button 0. We have button 5, which now belongs here. Oh, no, please don't. Let's get button 6 in place before it removes our column there. Got button 4. Button 7. Button 10. Button 2 and 3 are actually where I want them to be. Button 12 I want over here. So we don't have a button 13. So let's... We've actually got 1, 2, 3, we don't have 13, we don't have 0. We've got everything else. So let's duplicate button 10. Copy. This is now, no, you can't be button 1, that's button 1. BTN1, so it's now called BTN 13. There's label 12, it's now label 13. And the text needs to say 13 for now. And we need a button 0, so let's just duplicate button 7 over here. And duplicate label 7. So label 7's name is label 0. And it has some text somewhere. 0. So that's a start. So I need to figure out 6159, that's the standard size. Is there a way I can size the auto size? I don't know. Okay, so let's actually label all of these. So we got L. Select. Start. B. A. R. What do I do here? Can I make that smaller and... See, that's the problem with Form Designer. I don't know what to do other than eyeball things. how do I... There. That's not it. There. Like, why is it resizing that one in the middle instead of this one at the end? Like, I feel like we've misplaced our tabs or something, or... I don't know. Like, what's... There's no logic to what's resizing where here. Yeah, I definitely much prefer to do layout in code, but I don't really know how that works in C#. Like, what is the decision process here? Like, I want to make this whole window smaller, but if I move that, like, why? Well, anybody who's watching this, you can see what's going on. Like, what is this? What am I dealing with? Like, I make this smaller, but it squishes the wrong things. Like, why do I have to keep picking this up? Okay. So, and I don't want these to be this tall, rather than be 29? I can't set multiple sizes? I have to do this manually? Probably should look at the designer code to see what it's generated. Maybe that would give me some insight as to what it's doing, but... Okay, let's just finish this. I need to look at this one for reference. Oh, they all have text. Hmm. Should I call these 1 and 2? Do they need labels? Okay. Let me just take a look at how Mason's UI currently looks for this. So I set this up. It's got names on it. So maybe we don't actually need any of these labels. And I can do with two less columns. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Row count? Two less rows. Row styles. Oh, here it is. Here's what's going on. If I auto size, show columns, auto size, percent 50, percent 50. There. That's what I was looking for. That was the problem I was having. And none of these labels matter because they'll be replaced. And finally, the form itself doesn't need to be any bigger than this. Okay. So that's actually starting to look sensible now. So in the designer here, I can put button 3 right here where it should be. I can put button 0 here where it should be. I can put button 9 where it should be. Should I look in here? Probably not. I don't know what this is. Oh, that's the resx with a string table that does nothing. Okay, so I don't think... Does this have anything? Oh, I don't need show side A. Button 0. So that needs to exist. Show side A is from the thing I copied to make this. Nice number of references for this thing. Okay. That should actually work well. That should actually work. So now we're back to form Virtual Boy config, which I need to look at what it... Why does it look like this still? What is it containing? How does it... What is it bound to? Like, how does it... How is it full of a power pack key set and not what I need it to be? So that is the question. Virtual Boy config. So that should be correct. Is it just not, is it cached or something? So reinitialize key mappings. That update key mappings. Okay, so that looks like it should be working. Player number, toString, set default. This actually looks like it should work. Well, let's see what we get. All right, that actually worked. That actually worked. Wow. Only we had... Okay. I'm gonna go back to... That's down here. So JK, instead of CV, let's make this ER. Then we've got the WASDA, and then L and I, that's still part of, okay, so F and H are actually Q and O. And B and N we'll put on Y and U, and that'll make that panel look like the keyboard layout a little bit more. So here we are. So we have WASDA and we have IJKL for the two sticks, and then we have Q and O. for the L and R buttons, and then we have E and R and Y and U for select, start, B and A. Which should all work. So I have... okay. It works. Okay. So we can actually test this. I think I'm actually done, maybe. Okay, so button 0. Button 0. So wait, let me see. Up, down, left, right. Options, input, standard controller. Up, down. So I get standard controller here. So let's see. A, B. Oh, I've got this backwards. I actually have to go back and fix my test ROM, but that's fine. That's not hard. Yeah, sure. Actually, I don't need these anymore. Okay. So that reads fine, but I'm doing this backwards. So I made these big endian instead of little endian. And actually, I'm kind of curious whether this runs within a frame or not, so I'm going to test it. Where did I put my... Pardon my sneeze. Let's look at this. Okay, so this is not taking much time at all. I'm surprised I haven't set a key binding for next frame. Toggle load state. Where's advanced frame? Pause. Why don't I see one for... oh, run single frame. There we go. I'm used to having a key for that. Okay, so that's good. So I'll just rebuild that. So now that this is done, okay, I should have A, B, Select, start, select. AB start, select. Select, start. AB select, start. Up, down, left, right. Up. Up, down, left, right. I've broken it. I've broken the second byte. It's okay. Easy to fix. Yeah. Just rebuild it. Why doesn't that reload the ROM? That does for... Is there... Do I have to have a setting for reloading the ROM when I... Start game from power on. Thought I turned that off already. Well, I was pressing Control T. It's not reloading the ROM. That's what's weird to me. But if I close and reload, like I'm used to Control T reloading the ROM. Now the ROM's reloaded. See, now I'm getting FF there. So, I don't know why that's like that. Debug file use? Does Sour know about the bug? This is 9.8.44, so it's possible it's fixed already, whatever it is, but... that's okay. I just needed to verify that my thing worked, and now I know it works. And I need to go back to my... debug file use. So I don't know what that means. Like, I haven't run into it yet on my other computer. This has a different version of Mason that I'm probably using on my other computer. And right now this is a debug build, so all bets are off for what this thing does, but okay, so now we're correct. Wow, so this isn't actually running at 60. Show frame counter, or... No, that's not what I want. I want FPS. Oh, here we are. There's my FPS. That's... I don't blame it, though. I'm running in debug mode. I'm just noting that I'm not getting anywhere close to 60 in debug mode. Not too surprising. Doesn't matter. Actually, it's probably better for the purposes of this test because I need to see my inputs. So there's A, B, select, start, up, down, left, right. So that's exactly as I'd expect. So let's switch our input to the Virtual Boy controller, which we've just added. So the equivalent of A is down. There we are. There's our 8. B should be 4. So select and start are over here. Select and then start. That's good. Up, down, left, right. That's all in the correct place. And then in the extra byte, we have right, left. That's good. And then we have L and R. And finally, we have B and A. Oops, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. B and A. And that's in the final buttons. And we can't set bits 2 or 1. I mean bits 1 or 0, but I can't show 2 or 1 in there because Virtual Boy only has 14 buttons. And that's what we're doing here. So I think that's complete. Though, there is now one more thing to test here. The second controller port, where we could theoretically... Okay, so let's clear the key bindings here. And put the standard controller back. And now let's put the Virtual Boy controller in the second key. Let's just say there's nothing connected there. So this is responding only to controller 2. And that looks like it's working. So we have... What were our options? B, A, or no, sorry. That's A, B, select, start, up, down, left, right. All these are correct. What comes next? Right on the second D-pad. Right on the second D-pad. So when I said A, B, those were down and left on the second D-pad. And then we have 10, 11. I'll just call them by number because that's what I've got written here. 12, 13. So that worked. And this is a ROM that only responds to the second input. So right now it should respond to a Did I set a Super Nintendo controller? Oh, I did. That's why it's going weird on me. Mason has weird defaults for that. I just wanted this to verify that it's responding to the second controller, which I think it is. So, I think I'm done. I think I've got my Virtual Boy controller. Now, the fun test is seeing if Spookatron runs in Virtual Boy mode now. I'm gonna switch to release mode. But I think I'm essentially done here, which means I move on to my second task, which is doing the exact same thing in FCEUX, which I hope will go faster. So I guess this has taken me 4 hours, plus the hour I spent setting up the stream, but that was stuff I'll never have to do again. Actually, I probably will have to do it again, but it's stuff that wasn't really part of this task, I guess. Okay. So that's built, and Virtual Boy controller? I don't know if this needs a reset, but... Oh, and I didn't set my... Oh, I see. There's a preset button on some of them, but not... So... So the select button works here. We can select VB. Start button. I guess the start button's the same on all of them, but here's the moment of truth. I can move. I can shoot. I can shoot in different directions than I'm moving. This is a success. I've got Virtual Boy controller emulation for Mason here. And I don't know if that slowed down... Wait, did I just clear the level? Do I not have to clear the ghosts? I only have to clear the... Oh, okay, that's what happened. It's been a while since I played this. I didn't remember how it works. I'm turning on the FPS counter. Am I actually getting 60? Is the game slowing down? The game's slowing down, that's what it is. Getting a lot of key clash here, but I just wanted to prove the concept. I can assign them to joystick buttons. That's what I'll do if I actually play, but it's working. Okay. So that's complete. I'm gonna commit that. Can't type. I don't know if that's due to the frame rate of... Why do I have to... Do I have to select... Oh, I haven't staged any file, that's what I'm missing. So I'll just quickly review. I reviewed most of this already. And I think it should be clean, but... What have I changed on those lines? Oh, right, there were some hanging tabs in those lines. Isn't there a show whitespace option? It doesn't show tabs? I'm surprised that source tree here isn't able to show tabs when you show whitespace. It seems like that'd be an essential thing, but... Okay, and then we've got like the billion translations, which this program has, surprisingly. I don't know if they work, but I filled them all in. Right. Right. I'm iffy about the libretro changes because the libretro didn't build when I downloaded it, so I can't verify that it still builds, but it compiles. It just won't link. but also I don't know how to set up to build libretto, and the thought scares me. Okay, that's all auto-generated stuff. I don't really care to figure out whether... Yeah. There we go. So I'll commit that. The last thing that I needed to test was just to make sure the reassignments work. Once again, I'm back to the defaults that I'm not used to. There we go. So let's clear these, and I don't actually know what to put B and A on. I'd rather put these on clicks and then L and R? I don't know. It's not really a good mapping. Does this handle... Oh wow, you can use analog sticks. You know what? I'm gonna use dual analog stick mapping here, just to see if it works. And then I'll use L, R, B, A, select, start. So for the purpose of this game, it'll work. Or it should just be a dual stick situation. Yep, that's working very nice. Let's try and get the... extras, so... yeah. Yep. This seems to be working as intended. Oops. Well, that's fine. Oh, yeah. Thanks for writing Mason code. Well, later I'm gonna, or starting very soon, I'm gonna write FCUX code as well. Because that was what I wanted to do initially. Like what spurred this on was, I don't know if you've seen Estocero, but this is its control scheme. And I didn't want to set up two controllers in an emulator to play it. I wanted to set up one controller like a Virtual Boy controller. Otherwise I'd have to have like really weird arbitrary mappings for everything, and it would be... So I think the sideways controls are inspired by the... someone was in here before and they reminded me that Smash TV had a two sideways NES controller control scheme. I think it's inspired by that. But it is... I don't know. The thing is, I don't want to I can't do that with two of these, and this is what I play on an emulator, right? It's just not going to work. If he had done SNES controller support, that would have already worked. Like the game I was just playing, Spookatron, that has SNES controller support, and that's already in a couple of my favorite emulators. So that would have been no problem. But it's Virtual Boy or nothing. And since some important stuff is on the B and A buttons, those are the buttons that the SNES doesn't have. Those are buttons 12 and 13. So, yeah, I thought it was time we got Virtual Boy controller support in NES emulators. So that's my task for tonight. Hide the pause screen. That's what the last thing I was looking for. But I'm actually done with Mason for now. Because it's working. It's really working. And I think all my code changes are sensible. So we're gonna pull a request tomorrow, but I'll just clear these for now. And that's a success. So, moving over to FCEUX. Now, the reason I did Mason first was actually because I looked at FCEUX first and then found that regular controller code is kind of conflated with Super Nintendo code, and I got confused, and I thought Mason will be easier. I don't think it was in the long run, but Mason's Super Nintendo code also was conflated with the NES code. Like the actual, I can show you. It's kind of funny. So if you look at Mason, so it has input for standard controller, and notice it has Turbo B and Turbo A. So I'm just going to set Turbo B to the letter I for the moment, just to show you. I switch to SNES controller. I has now taken the place of Y. And I could set it back. And actually, that's a really bad setup. It should be A and B, because it's PC joystick names. But when I set it back, I go back to standard controller, and you'll see it's replaced my turbo control. So this setup control shares a setting space with the Super Nintendo control, and also the Famicom version has, I guess on the second controller, yeah, it has the microphone, and I think that also shares. It's all a kind of shared thing, and it's kind of weird. So I didn't do that for the Virtual Boy controller that I added. I gave it its own space of settings, but well, I think he was thinking I'll just reuse the same UI and I'll just hide this button or that button when I'm not using it, but it looked very intentional. It's just it was amusing to me because this thing has support for so many different peripherals and they all have unique code, and then he decided to share code for these two. I don't know, but I don't mind. It's not a big deal. It's just weird. And honestly, putting turbo controls on the same ones that you would put the other two SNES buttons is kind of appropriate. That's where I would put them normally. So, it doesn't even matter. But, yeah, I just find it funny. Yeah, so FCUX is another story here. forget where I was with it, but that's fine. Well, I'm nowhere. I've written literally zero code. Like, we look at this, there's no uncommitted changes. Oh, there's one uncommitted change, which I won't commit because it was just setting the Windows SDK version to work with what I've got installed here. But I think what I found was there's no SNES controller input, and I think there's actually no file in here for regular input. So this is Famicom keyboard, I think. What is this? NetSys. Family Network System Controller? I wonder what that is. Never heard of that. Family Trainer, Hypershot, Mouse, Weka Kids, PEC. Don't exactly know what that is, but it looks like another keyboard. This is PowerPad, Quiz, Shadow, Share, Subor keyboard, Top Rider. So the actual gamepad input does not exist in here. So it's a modem. What did it connect to? Was there actually some sort of service that Nintendo had in Japan? So that's interesting. What did it work with? Did you have to use it with an FDS or something? Like, how would you download stuff to use? Horse races? Of course, horse races. So what that means is both. So I wanted to base my work on the SNES pad. However, it does that. But unfortunately, trainer poo. What's trainer poo? Oh no. Somebody does not like trainers. I don't blame them. But this is FCEUX's code in a nutshell. You just get some weird stuff now and then. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how I should break into this. This SNES. Don't need any of this anymore. Actually, that diagram is useful for the Virtual Boy controllers. So I'll keep that around. But, yeah. Let's get my pad of paper here. And a pencil. And let's start with SNES. Okay, so SIVB. Oh, tabs to write a line. So update gamepad is where I'm gonna have to look. This one's a little curious. Come back to that later. Okay. Oh wow. Mix of... very healthy mix of spaces and tabs. It's always wonderful to see. I'm writing the words virtual boy pad. Because it is the most appropriate thing to write right here. I feel like I'm gonna find out that there's no way to use the second controller port for SNES controllers in FCUX. Let's just... see how the UI looks. So... there's my configuration. Oh, I see what's going on. So I'm worried that this window and this window... oh, they're different. Excellent. So there is a custom one for SNES. That's actually nice, because it'll be easier to lay out and stuff. Okay. So there we are. That's why we have two for those, because it has the expansion port controller settings. Okay, that's cool. Butt config. Who did this? Who called it butt config? Max butt config. Ah, very good. Feel like I feel like this deserves a Beavis and Butthead. Max butt config. So this I'm worried about. What is this dialog? This is input con call, callback function of the input configuration dialog. Button port 1, button port 2. These are like Windows level events. So we have 4 special cases. Is this, are these the only things that FCUX can map buttons to? What have we got? Gamepad, Zapper. Zapper has no configure. These definitely need to let you map buttons. Arkanoid paddle? No, that's just a mouse. Mouse, pad, mouse. Okay. So this definitely needs something special. BB. Do tb config. Do tb config. Do tb config. High wind. I always think high wind. Handle to window, but I think high wind, like Sid high wind, you know? VB pad dialog. So I'm gonna have to make a VB pad dialog at some point. And what is this? Max. Parent text template buttons max. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to. What? Gork? 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 Gork. Yeah, it's just the one reference. This is the joy of FCUX. That's all I can say. Okay. So we have another butt config. Are these defaults? Need my diagram again. So it's up, down, left, right. And then we have what's left? Right. Wait, why did I start with K and L? Should have been K and J. L. I. And then Q. O. Yeah. I don't know why I haven't moved the keyboard to in front of me yet instead of off to the side. It's been off to the side all night. And the last two buttons are put on Y and U. Okay, so that's another thing to follow up on. Power pad. Where was I? Did the editor add spaces for my closing parenthesis? I don't know. I can go back. VB pad SC which 14. I don't think I even had a closing, or did I? Did it add spaces? What are you saying? What is with this hanging indent style? That's really odd. I'm just gonna... Like, why are these different? Why should they be different? And to be honest... Well, I don't really care. I'm just gonna do them like that. Oh, hello. No, both the K's were messed up. And the second time it added spaces everywhere. When I pasted? Oh. Now this is something forgot to disable. Do nothing. There. Yeah, that catches me off guard sometimes. I haven't used Visual Studio much on this computer since I reinstalled everything. And that's definitely something I always turn off. I know how to type. I don't need the computer to type for me, basically. In general, I consider typing like one of the least onerous parts of programming. Like, it doesn't require thought. It doesn't take very much time at all compared to everything else you have to do. There may be a lot of typing, but I don't know. So I've never been a fan of accelerating typing. Yeah, those are a default set of key bindings, I think. I think that's how that works. So why do these have a mem copy? I said go to definition. That might be safer to MKZ them all. I don't know. I'll come back to this. Git.h. I wonder what this is. FCEUGI. So I already updated that, right? Binds JPort's pad to the driver specified in JP type pad. Huh. Oh, okay, I know these. I guess it's gonna be like that, but... Find out where that goes in a bit. Okay, so that's a start. Oh, great, I get to find everyone else's to-dos. Mixed in with the ones I made. I should have called them like to-do Brad or something. In fact, I'm gonna locate them with this. Can I edit this? Yeah, okay, that's on my list of things to investigate. Okay. I need some liquid. Be back in a moment. There we go. Actually, more comfortable if this was behind and hanging this way. Headphone configuration. There, that's probably going to be the most comfortable. I just had a thought that I should really or actually I guess I can't. I was thinking about the Mason that I just created, but I didn't test Estocero, which was what I really wanted to play this on. But what I'm realizing is this needs, oops. How do we go to options? So it should respond to A or B. Select start. Saved. Okay. It is set to VB. Okay. Oh, and the B button just worked. I just want to make sure that this game actually... So I'm fast forwarding this, which is a long unskippable wait. So... Oh, we're talking. Okay, so I'm pressing right, and it's turning right. Pressing up, and I'm going forward. Pressing left, and it's turning left. I think the Virtual Boy is working with this game. Okay. Excellent. Because this is... my goal was actually just so I can play this game. With the control scheme it seems to be made for. Rather than the funny control scheme that, well, I guess it's also made for that, but I'm not, I don't know, I'm just not, I don't want to do it on an emulator because you can't hold two of these in your hands. Like, these are not two NES pads side by side. Yeah, maybe. It'd be sort of like it playing in television like some sort of super Intellivision maybe, but not two modern controllers, and that's what I'd have to deal with. I guess I could hook up my two SNES controllers. I have USB converters for those, but I don't know. I figure it's time. It's time for Virtual Boy support. So I'm doing it. Okay, so this definitely needs a name. So this should maybe build. While I'm waiting for this, I'm realizing that I should have used white for that. And then, I don't know, that color doesn't matter. Or no. Is it just this one? It's probably just this one that matters. So I should rebuild that. There, now it's white instead of gray. And actually, this would be nicer if it was a color. So I'll do that again. Oops, I changed the one that wasn't the gray. Oops, what have I done? Let's just make that blue. There, that looks nicer. This doesn't look like 60 to me. I'm not actually seeing every frame of 60, but it's probably because I've got OBS going plus blah blah blah. And I mean, through the stream, there's no way you could see more than 30, but I think I was seeing 30 on that window for some reason. That's fine. I don't need that anymore. And I won't need that for a while. Joy pores? Oh. And GPVB is not... okay. So I can make static input C GPVB equals read VB strobe VB update VB. So I'll just take this and make another. Oh no. When in Rome. Joy port. I'm gonna leave that spelling mistake. Joy read bit. Okay, so how is SNES Joy updated? So what on earth is Joy ports? Hmm. Okay, so that's not what I want. 14750. Rio Dark Side. I really like this track. I don't think I've run into it in my. I haven't finished playing through Seiken Densetsu 3 yet. Um, BB Joy. Yeah. So when do we update those? Oh, these update them. So no. So we need to find driver. Oh. Wait, why do we need to find driver? Oh, this is really confusing. I think I gotta follow PowerPad as an example instead. Because otherwise I'm gonna go insane trying to hack it in the way the Super Nintendo pad is. Okay, so let's get back into this and discard everything. So we have PowerPad CPP, and I'm just gonna kind of. That's not what I wanted. Don't need that. Input. So. Gonna call it Virtual Boy CPP, and I'll add it here. So I'll do it this way. Oh. So I'm not going to need that. Strobe BB update. BB. So what am I replacing? Power pad RSB. It's going to be VB RSB. VB RSB, VB data. Side does not matter. This white space is out of control. So VB register strobe, VB register, okay. Oh. So this is annoying. I'm pressing tab and I'm not getting tab. I ran into this before and I forget how I turned it off, but it's kind of infuriating. What is Clang format? I don't seem to have indentation. Indent case contents? Like, am I gonna have to copy paste tabs? How do I get tabs in this file? Why is string... There's... Why are any of these in here? Share, I can understand. Oh, where's share? It's here. I mean, I'm gonna put things in. I don't know what's going on with tabs, but tabs, projects, general, text editor, tab. All languages tabs? What's going on? Hey there, Coas Legion. I'm trying to figure out how tabs are working in Visual Studio right now. But I'm adding Virtual Boy support to FCEUX right now. Virtual Boy controller support, I should say. So far I was successful. I added it to the emulator called Mason. And now I'm just doing the same for FCEUX. But I might not finish that tonight. But I'm mostly successful so far. I'm just having a problem with the text editor right now. I don't want to... Do I have different rules? No. C, CPP. Keep tabs. And I get 4 spaces. I don't know. I'm giving up. I don't care about it enough to... I don't know if I want to keep this naming convention or what. If strobe is more than or equal to 4... Okay, so... Yeah, no, I'd say it's good news. So I've added Virtual Boy controller support to Mason, at least in a debug build that I have here. But I'll submit it to Sour, who maintains the emulator, probably tomorrow, after I just take another look at what I did, make sure it's clean. FCEUX, I'm sure I can do it. Like there's nothing that will stop me, it's just a matter of unraveling the puzzle that is working with it. So the strobe controller port latch bit. Okay, that's the strobe. If strobe and 1. If W. Is the controller better for some reason? Oh, I don't know. It's well, the story is there's been 2 homebrew games that use it. The NES controller, the Super NES controller, and the Virtual Boy controller all have the same protocol. It's the Virtual Boy's controller. It had here I have this is the reason why I want to support it. So the Virtual Boy controller has 2 D-pads. This is the control scheme from a game called Candelabra Estocero. Yeah, the Virtual Boy controller is black. It has 2 D-pads on it. It has an A and B button here, and then it has a start and select button here, and then it has two clicky buttons at the back, so the L and R buttons basically. And then it has two handles. Here, let me find a picture. So the story is that a while ago, one person made a Nintendo homebrew game that used it because they're kind of compatible. You can plug one in if you just wire it up. It's so hard to get an image here. So anyhow, here's what they look like. So you can just wire this up to an NES and plug it in. It's mostly backwards compatible. It's basically built on top of the Super Nintendo controller, where these four D-pad directions map to the four buttons. Select and start are the same. This is the same. These are actually two new buttons, and then L and R are the same. And then the Super Nintendo control pad, in turn, maps back to the Nintendo control pad, where B and A end up on Y and B. So it's like the two lower diagonal buttons, and everything else is the same. And L and R are new buttons, and so are X and A. So they're all compatible. You can with an adapter you can plug them all into an NES. It's just only some recent homebrew software uses them. But anyhow, this game called Estocero, the Candelabra Estocero. I don't know what the title means. It just came out, and it has one control scheme where you're supposed to hold two NES controllers sideways, which is kind of weird, but that's sort of okay. Like, I was told that Smash TV did that. So it's kind of funny. However, on an emulator, like, I'm going to play with a USB joypad, and I'm not going to hold two of these sideways. This is just not good for that. So I don't want to do that. I could play it on my NES, but I thought, there's now two games that need a Virtual Boy controller. Why not just add it to the emulator, and then I can just use it as is. I can just map this to the Virtual Boy and do what I want, instead of griping about not having the right shaped controller. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to understand this keyboard. So essentially it has V and C buttons, X, C, V, A, and V, X, Y. I don't know what you're calling V and C. What are V and C? Is that a... Oh, the extra B and A. Yeah, they're extra buttons. I guess you could call them V and C if you want. What? Who calls them V and C? Or you're saying X... V, X, Y... Okay, I see what you're saying. I see how that fits in. I had to think about it. But yeah, the D-pad X, like the Super Nintendo, X, Y, B, A. And then, yeah, the B and A buttons are new. Kind of. It looks kind of like two NES controllers, kind of like side by side, but it's not quite that either. And it has like L and R buttons on the back that you can see in that picture, but they're in behind there. So yeah, I've almost got everything. Just trying to understand what this code does. Oh, I see. I don't know what FCU in debug means. What's the game that uses it about? Here, I could show you, I'll just show you a moment of it, but... Okay, so one game's called Spookatron, and Spookatron... Here, I don't have this emulator set up for the Virtual Boy support that I just added, but it is set up for SNES controller. So I'll just fast forward the... So this game had 3 options. We'll just pretend that I selected Virtual Boy, but I'm selecting SNES, but I'll show you why this game needs 2 D-pads. It's... well, it's Robotron, so you can shoot in one direction and move in the other direction. So 2 D-pads works very well for that. SNES pad works very well with the 4 buttons. So anyhow, this was the first game that came out that had support for that, for the Virtual Boy. And now this game, this is Candelabra Estacero, which just came out. Like, the ROM was just released the other day. Hang on, I want to get rid of that. I don't want to show that. So it has a Virtual Boy controller option, and it has the NES controller option. So if you're not using... I'll just fast forward this screen. It just waits here for like a minute when you start the game. I guess you don't have to watch it when you... Do I have to press a button? No, it still hasn't gone. There we go. So it's like a first-person dungeon crawl. Okay, so I have to turn this sideways to kind of move like I expect, but so this is basically it. I haven't gotten very far in this game because I'm still figuring out how I'm gonna play it. But basically, you can see this is it. It looks like my torch burned out. There is combat if you run into a monster. I don't think there's many monsters on the first floor. There we are. Combat's kind of weird. You really have to read the manual to know how to play it. But this is the game that's made me want to implement Virtual Boy controls so that I can play it with that control scheme. But actually, let me see if I can link to it. Candelabra Estacero. So this is the studio. Instead of using an SNES, well, this game doesn't have the SNES controller option, and it needs the A and B buttons, which are the extra buttons. Like, they're not. It doesn't work properly with just SNES controller. It needs those extra 2 buttons, basically. Like, I think they could have made it for Super NES, but, like, the developer... could the emulator work around it? Not directly, because the emulator that's designed to only do the Super NES controller can't make the other 2 buttons happen. So I'd have to hack the game. And actually I was going to hack the game. That was what I was going to do instead, but then I thought, why don't I just make this work like it's supposed to? So that's the studio website. of the people that made it, but I don't know if you can buy the ROM anywhere at this point, but this is the Kickstarter for the project, and so they released the ROM like a couple days ago, and so that's why I have the ROM now. So yeah, I was considering like either hack the ROM or do what I'm doing now. If I do what I do now, I won't have to worry about anybody using Virtual Boy in the future because I can emulate it forever. I don't know what FCU in debug is for. What sets it to 1? Prevent crash if this is called with no game loaded. Get iVectors. Oh, okay. Now I understand. I don't even know if you can buy the game. Like, I don't know what the deal is. I know you could get it if you were in the Kickstarter, but now obviously it's too late for the Kickstarter. But I haven't looked into where they're selling it. I can't find a place where they're selling it, because I don't know. It's very unclear to me, like, who owns the rights to it, and who is trying to sell it, and like Sly Dog Studios made it. I know that much. But their website doesn't have anything for sale. And the Kickstarter, I don't know, like they sent me the ROM because I was a backer of the project, but I don't know if they'll have an ongoing website where you can buy it or something. I hope they do. Well, they still exist. It just came out now, so they must. The people exist, the ROM exists. Maybe they'll sell it. I hope they do. I figured they should, but I'm not aware of where it... You might be able to find information on that Kickstarter, or you might be able to ask a question in the comments on it. So I think I understand how this code's supposed to work. It's just... oh man, this is an insane way to do your input code. But FCUX is like this old 20-year-old emulator that like 100 people have worked on at different times and combined stuff together, and everybody had a different way of doing things. Is it done well? I don't know. It works. I mean, I can't... There's definitely... like, not good code in here, but it works. It's a pretty good emulator. It's fast, and it runs almost every game. Very well, if not perfectly, but very well. So it is the emulator I like to use a lot of the time. It's this or Mason that I use kind of constantly. And the reason I use FCU X a lot is just because it's faster, it's lighter, it's more efficient than Mason. Mason is, it's newer, bigger, better, but also uses a lot more CPU power. So I don't know. FCEUX, it's basically, it's become the code is very ugly from years of people working on it. Like, it never gets nicer looking. It always just, people add things, it grows warts, and they just get worse and worse and worse. But the code still functions, it still works very well. So in that respect, it's a good emulator. Okay. Yeah, it's very hard to read for me too, but I sort of have an idea of what's going on here. But I had to think about it. Okay. So I need to know where data comes from. So I have to follow that backwards. Oh, the music is from Seiken Densetsu 3, or also known as Secret of Mana 2. The composer for that's one of my favorite composers. So that's all the code I had to write, but it matters less. Like, that wasn't much to write, but I had to look at it and understand every line as I was doing it. So now that I understand what that is, I need to follow driver update. Where does data come from? Oh, wait. This I needed to... Oh, I see what's going on here. Yeah, so that wasn't done yet. There we go. Okay. So I think that's... Oh, wait. So that's step one. Why is it recompiling everything? What did I change? Yeah, those are the only things I changed. Well, I should probably go to bed soon. I thought I'd be able to do both, but it looks like this will require a bit more work tomorrow. Because I'm starting to get tired. Alright. Might just wait for this soundtrack to finish, and I'll keep working until it finishes. How much time's left on it? Oh, there's still an hour on it. There's a lot of music in this game. There's like 3 hours of music in it. Okay, so that builds. The next thing to do is power pad. So init power pad. Hang on. Excuse me. So init is that what I called it? Init Virtual Boy? Yeah. So we do that. And okay. So next thing equals FCU init virtual boy port. So that's fine, except now I need to look everywhere for SI power pad A. Starting with this. I'm still connected, right? Looks like I'm fine. Okay. So we go through here and we find all the places our pad A exists. And we add something corresponding for Virtual Boy. So it looks like there's 4 more things here. Okay, so we need to follow update p-pad data. Make an update Virtual Boy data that looks similar. Figure that out in a little bit. Let's see. Case SI Virtual Boy. And Virtual Boy buff. Break. Next one is this one. Ah, yes. Remember this. Ah. Case SI Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy dialog. SC, which 14. All right. Power. Let's see. Okay. And what's this? This isn't important because it's not being used right now. So this is an example of there was some old code, somebody removed it, and now it's unclear why they removed it, what it was for. It's probably been like that for 10 years. As most stuff like this has. So let's go back to this. Okay, so let's duplicate this and write something similar. So I actually wrote this a moment ago, but I gotta write it again. So keys I want to map are K, J, E, R, W, S, A, D, Then L. I. Q. What are the last two? Oh, I see. Y and U. Alright, so that's my Virtual Boy SC. My butt config. Date. Okay. Yeah, this is easier to follow than what I was looking before. Okay, that's actually followable. So, power pad buff is that's fine. I think that's all fine. So that's taken care of. That's only used in one place. And yeah. Oh, here we are. This is the code that saves the settings to the configuration file. This is actually pretty well made because these are easy to update in some cases if you can find them. Okay. So that takes care of that, and then okay, so that's taken care of. So the weird thing is I think that's actually enough for it to work, except for the dialogue to edit the buttons. But I think the default configuration should work. We'll just make sure that doesn't happen. So actually, if this works, which it probably won't, usually things don't work correctly on the first try. Actually, well, this is kind of... It might not exactly be the first try, because I went through this a bit, and then I cleared out what I was working on, and then I started over, and I often do that when, like, approaching a big old piece of code like this. I start working through it, try and see where I'm gonna go, and then I like erase everything I did and then just start over, because then I have kind of a clearer idea of where to go. If it fails, well, it'll crash or something wrong will happen. Anything could happen, really. So right now, FCEU init virtual boy. Oh, why is that static? I was copying, yeah. That's why that didn't build. The power pad has like two forms. It has like a side A form and a side B form that you run on for different games. So there's like two options for it in the FCU settings. But I copied this code, which has static on it, which makes it not visible to the rest of the program. It kind of keeps it protected. But what I need, and these ones aren't static because they're the public things that the rest of the program can interact with. I copied the wrong piece of code, but it's fine. I just removed static. So this now, it's running. It's got a debug window because it's the debug version, but it'll start running in a moment, and I'll see if that actually works or if bad stuff happens. So, oh. This clears out the input, so that default input mapping is not going to matter. Explaining cooking from 1 to 5 to a kindergartner? No. Oh, I've seen things explain something from 1 to 5. I saw one for music and I didn't like it. Maybe because it's a subject I know, but I gotta put a note to myself here. So, yeah, I wouldn't say FCEUX is not a good place to learn how to code. it's it's a good place to improve your skills. I think I've gained a lot from becoming part of this project and like learning to find my way around this big old code base, but I would not recommend it for a beginner unless you want to make a very small change to play with it. But I don't know, like any beginner project, you gotta find something that you're interested in. If you're not interested in, that's why it's hard to recommend people, you know, they'll be like, I want to make Final Fantasy VII, basically, and they've never made anything before. And I could say, you're not gonna make it, you're gonna fail out really early on. But maybe you'll learn in doing that. Maybe that's what you got to do to learn how to get there. But oh, the controller input display. I wonder how that's actually drawn. I don't actually know. Anyhow, here it is running. Okay, there's my debug window. So if I look in the input here, there is no option for Virtual Boy. Okay, so I missed a step. But I think this is easy to find. I just need to look for this. Aha! Belongs here. Let's try this again. Oh, wow. Okay, so you change... So I was expecting this rebuild to be fast, but there's a thing called header files in C, where a single file is included in a bunch of others. So if you make a change to that one file, it affects all these files, and all these files have to be rebuilt. So now it's a long rebuild. And I think my computer is running a little bit slower because of running like OBS at the same time and listening to music through YouTube. So yeah, I had to change this one thing. So like in this file, you have the list of controllers. So these are different controller types. Oh, it's running now. So I added Virtual Boy to the end of the list. Okay, so this is that thing I was making sure doesn't happen. I can finish explaining that. So I added this to the end of the list. It also has this list of names for controller types, and I forgot to add this here because I didn't notice it. Okay, so now I can set Virtual Boy. Configure doesn't work. Gonna have to figure that out because I'll need to add a configure. But let's open. I have a controller test ROM here. Okay, these work. It's working. Okay, I gotta get rid of Q here. And get rid of W here. I don't need those keys. They get in the way. Alright. So... Oh. Eyes on save state. So some of the keys I've mapped are kind of interfering here, but that's fine. I don't want to press P. Okay, I think everything's fine now. So going through the buttons, I should see an 8. So I'm going to see 8, 4, 2, 1 as I go through each sequence of buttons, and it'll move through the 4 columns if it's working correctly. So here's button 0, there's your 8. Button 1 makes a 4. Button 2 makes a 2. Button 3 makes a 1. Button 4 makes another. So now we've gone through the 4 bits, and we're moving on to the next column. So button 4, button 5, button 6, button 7. That's all working. This is probably hard to see. Can I make it bigger? There we go. So that's all working. So where's 8? 8 is here. 9, 10, 11. That worked. And then the last 2 buttons, 12 and 13, are in a third byte. Or no, they're in the second half of the second byte. It's the 4th column. And that's all the buttons. That's all 14 buttons. It is working. It's actually working. So I have everything except... So what I need to do next is, like, see when you select power pad here? You gotta be able to click configure and then configure all these buttons. I do not have this. So I need to hook that up, and then I need to make a window with a bunch of buttons in it that you can configure. But just to prove that this works with a game, we can open that Spookatron game. I'll just fast forward to the title screen. And we select Virtual Boy controller, and then we start, and let's see. So there we go. I'm moving around, and I'm shooting at an angle that I'm not moving at. This is working perfectly. Okay, so step 1, making it work. Step 2 is making the input configurable. So there we go. Okay. That is successful. So okay, I do need to enable this eventually, but not yet. Also, I love that the person who worked on this shortened button to just butt. So here we have butt config and make butt string, and I don't know, there's just butt everywhere, and it's great. It's exactly what you want to see when you're on code, just butt everywhere. Butt type. Okay, so what did I find before? I found these names, ESI name, So where is this used? Gamepad, enable. So I need to figure out... Actually, I know what I can do. I can find... Where's the resource? Oh, I know where it is. It's under, like, drivers, win... Res RC? Okay, so somewhere in here is our input dialog. Probably this one. Taking a while. Okay, so this is the input dialog. And this is the configure button. So here I can find out what it's called. It's called button port 1, text pad 1, text button port 2. Okay. So I need to figure out update fourscore state. That's confusing to me. So what is enable? E options and EO fourscore. What's E options? So this is really confusing. If enable options fourscore false true. Is that really the only... Hang on. Enable the configuration button if necessary. Update the label. Okay, so that button should work, but I need to enable it. Oh, fourscore? Fourscore is, it's the multi-tap for NES. You can plug in 4 controllers to it. Yeah, that's basically all it is. It's just called fourscore. There was another one called Satellite. Did the same thing. Okay, so I think what I'm looking for is actually right here, but... Here it is. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think that's all I need, but now I need to look at SI count. This is bizarre. They've added a +1, but this thing should already have a +1. Oh, that's confusing. So that's bad. This should... I don't know. I should probably fix it, but I don't really want to fix it to make this change, so I'm not going to. Oh, I had to change get.h again, didn't I? Or something. I had to change some header file. Pardon me for a second. Sorry, I just had to blow my nose. It's still building? It's still building. What's this? Oh. Should set that to automatically close. All right. Oh, I don't need that anymore, but I should probably re-enable it now. So what should happen now is, yep, okay, so configure is now, uh-oh. Zero, one. Okay, so this was already missing entries. That's funny. Where was I? What was it called? Button port 1. It's hard to... I don't need these diagnostic tools. Okay. So I need to look at this and line them up with what's in the list here. Because it's actually not ready. Okay, so we got 0, 1, 0, 1, 1. Those are both configurable. 0, 0, 1. So this should be 0. And that's 1. So this was missing an entry for mouse. And actually that's my fault because I put the mouse I put the mouse in this. But it was getting filled with zeros off the end of it, so it didn't matter. That's funny. Yeah, normally when I'm programming, I I have like two monitors going, or like right now I'm everything's stuck in 1280 by 720 because I wanted the text to be readable. But normally I'm used to having a lot more screen space to like move all these things around. So now that I've fixed the list, what I'm hoping will happen is I'll go here. Okay, so yeah, this is now working correct. I should click this and it should crash. No? I guess not. I guess it just fails to open the window. Well, I guess that's okay. Doesn't need to crash. But basically it's telling it to open a window that doesn't exist yet. So there's power pad dialog. Name 300 button control. That's interesting that they're specifically named like that. I just want to look at the SNES pad. Are these numbered? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do is close this and I want to go into, so that's called DLG. SNES pad. Yeah, I can close that now. So all those windows come back to like tables that look like this. Oh, here we go. So here's my SNES pad. So this is what that window looks like in this table. So I just need to make something like this. But I also need to make a unique number for it, I think. Okay, so I think I called it Virtual Boy dialog over here. Oh, DLG. Hang on, power pad. Power pad dialog. Why doesn't that have an ID? I guess it doesn't actually need... Okay, I don't actually need a number for it. Stream? What stream? Oh, sorry, I missed the previous comment. Yeah, have a good night. I think I'm almost done here. I'm trying to beat the soundtrack ending, but there's only 10 minutes left. Oh man, it's really late. But I think I'm like it's working. I just need to make this little window. Button fam? Okay, so I did do it. Okay, so don't need to add this. That's not necessary because it's looked up by name. So I'm going to take this code and put it right here after PowerPad. And so those will, I gotta fix that a little bit in a moment, but yeah, I can use this one as a basis for what I need to make. So I think that's all I need to do to make a window up here. The buttons are going to be in slightly wrong order, but actually not that wrong order because a lot of the buttons are shared between Super NES and Virtual Boy. So I should only need to add 2 buttons to this dialogue. And it's funny, like in FCUX, like I talk about it being old and crusty and warty, but like there are things in it that are quite nice and work very well. They're usually surrounded by like a bunch of things like leaning against them and in disarray, but there is a lot of nice code hiding within the base. So now this should work. Yeah, doing that. There's my box. And it's actually mapped to O and Q like I said it would be. So this almost works already. So I just need to move select and start and then B and A and rename these. Kind of resize them. So it's pretty close to working. Very close to working. I don't think I'm going to beat the soundtrack. There's 7 minutes left. But pretty much got this. So all I'm doing now is making not PowerPad dial. So I need 2 more buttons for 12 and 13. So these are actually B and A. So Y is left 2. Are these actually numbered like they should be? They are. Cool. A is right. I'm just going to leave them as that. And X is up. So, L and R are in a good place. Select and start need to move up to the same column. So they need to be at 32. 10 plus 32, so that's 42. 46. Uh, 10 plus 32. 42. I'm just adding 4. I'm adding 6. What? 6 pixels? I don't know. 4 pixels. So 46 plus 32 is... I need a calculator here. Plus 4. 82. And then finally, so I want the R button. Is at 198? Oh, I don't need that. Oh, what am I doing? 10 plus 36. 46. 82. Oh, no, I did it right. I'm just losing my... minus 36. So one of these should be 162. And one of these should be 126. And that should pretty much be it. I'm gonna need to change the size of these. So those are all, let's see, 54, 54. Why aren't they all the same size? So I'm trying to lay this thing out in my mind. I guess I could do it with the editor, actually. Okay, so this is almost good. I just need to move these up. These are exactly the key that I expected them to be on. Okay, so I'm going to do something to make these consistent. And then these will be a mirror of them. So that's actually almost perfect. I just need to arrange these. So left is good. 54, 54, 24. So I'm going to make each of these 54 in size. So how are these on the wrong row? Select start. Oh. Wait, what's the 12 on the end? (302), 4632. Oh, they should be on 19. There we are. So those are all 54. These must all be 54 as well. So let's see. The L button on 10. So left shall be on 10 as well. And we'll put this at 118. We'll put these, both of these at 64. And then from the same token, so R is at 198 plus 32 minus 54 is where this right one should be, 106. Oh. We've gone too far. Let's just look at how that looks. Okay, the right one is not in the right spot. Those are all messed up. Oh. Oh. Their size was 25. I've done this completely wrong. Okay. All of them should be 25. Oh, that's probably off the screen, but so here's the wrong sizes. So these were supposed to be 25 in size, and I made them all 54. And this start button is way too big as well. But it's in the right spot now, so that's good. So I'll just finish this off. Here's another soundtrack I've been listening to a lot lately. Arranged. I've not heard this before. This wasn't in the game, this is an arranged thing, I guess. Yeah, let me change the music description. Says Ariyoshi Rokudo? I don't know if that's just this arrangement or if that's the whole game. Hang on, I want to... check who composed this. Got Moby Games. Does that have credits? Music. Program, 2D design, CG movie, sound. Yeah, Ariyoshi Rokudo. I gotta look him up because there's only one other game by him. Daikaiji Monogatari? Huh. Wow. I'm surprised, because the soundtrack to Egg is really good. So I would have expected them to keep making stuff, but evidently not. Well, no matter. We got ourselves some music to finish this off too. Okay, so 10 plus 25 is where we put the up. So that's 35, 40, 50, 60 is where right goes. And down goes there as well. So select and start. L. Okay, so these are all 32. Let's make these all 32. Or let's make it 30. Just to break it up. I don't know why I'm not, like, aligning these. It'd be so much easier to see what column's what. And make sure I don't type in the wrong stuff. Okay. So those are all 30, so these should all be 30 as well. Plus 60, so 70, and 40, 40. Yeah, that makes it so much easier. So this is... The R button's at 198 plus 32, so 230 minus 30, which leaves us at 200. Great. Minus 30 can be 170. And finally, minus 30 again is 140. Alright, and then we just need some vertical alignment. So up is at 36. So this one should also be at 36. And then 48 should be enough. but let's put it at 50. And then, so that was 14 down, so the next one would be 64 for the downs. And that should be a well-formed panel. I could also have used the form designer for this. I didn't have to be editing these by hand, but I don't know. You just decide on a way to do it, and you go with it. So here's my panel. Got the 2 D-pads and all 6 buttons. So let's verify that this actually works. Let's do axis. And then I don't know where to put L. And then we can do select, start, B, A. Okay. So now we can verify that all that works. So. Oh, did I use the wrong axis? I did. Oh, that's what he did. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3. It's all good. 4, 5, 6, 7. That works. 8, 9. 8, 9. Yep, that's fine. 10, 11, 12, 13. All that worked. Final question is, do they load and save? So let's bring this back up, and yep. Everything seems as it should. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. It worked. So we can do a little fast forward here and select VB. Yep. Working perfectly. My task is complete. All right. So yeah, there's no clear button, but that's fine. Wondering, I guess they don't have one of those in this emulator. But I think that's it. That's the whole thing. So let's just quickly look over the code involved. We skipped that one. So you have a dialog. We add default configuration. And a handler. That required 2 more entries. That's fine. What is this res APS? Oh, that's going to be like a temporary designer file or something, isn't it? And then I have this. So these changes look very clean to me. There's one more follow-up task, which is, I think, input CPP. Yeah, like that's Windows specific. So I don't know if this will work on the SDL platform, but I'm not able to review that right now. I don't know how to build it. I've never tried building that version of it. But on the other hand, the only thing that's happening is we're moving that, so I have a feeling that that won't even break anything. It won't have that controller. Let's see what this looks like. So I have a feeling these will just fall through and not really do anything. So it probably won't break, but it won't work. I think that's what's going to happen on the SDL build, which is fine for now. So I'll commit this. And I think that's done. I think I can go to bed. And that's a temporary file. I don't think that's needed. Oh. Hang on. Just want to undo that commit. Because I realized I need this change here, but not that change. I thought I didn't need to change this project file at all, but I need to discard that line. There we go. There we go. So that should be it. Okay. There we go. My task is done. Yeah. It worked. They both worked. So I successfully updated 2 emulators to support Virtual Boy controllers on the NES, which is a thing, but hopefully it can be more of a thing now that there's some emulator support. So I will submit these changes to the maintainers of these projects sometime soon, probably tomorrow. Or when I wake up today, I should say. And the one last thing I want to do is build myself a release build of FCEUX here that I can use to play Estacero. Right, and as I undid that change, it's annoying that the SDK in the SDK version and like all the files that need to be included in the project are in the same file, so I can't change just one of them, or I can't ignore this one change. Never check it in, but I don't know, it's fine. I just need to remember not to do it. I wonder if there's a way I can get that particular SDK. It just wasn't in the option for downloads. There's probably a way to install it, but I just don't know how. I think I remember seeing that one and thinking it was okay in the past. But yeah, here's the release version. And just throw in Spookatron. And here's my Virtual Boy. Okay, so everything's got default configurations, which means I gotta clear some hotkeys here, but so here we are. Did I select VB or SNES? Actually, it wouldn't matter. They would both behave the same. Because it doesn't actually use the extra buttons. It just uses the two sticks to play. But this is a success. This is working. So, well, if you're watching, I hope you enjoyed this. Now I have to think of something else to do for next week. I don't know what it's going to be.